lashes, they gonna do work. We're live. I welcome in. We are campaign session 2 for the Villains Are Us people. Today's session is the Last Hope Bastion. So, first session, this group of villainous folks here were each living their mundane lives, and they were sent a missive stamped with the seal of their archdevil lord, and they followed it to the small town of Rivermark, and there they met Maughry, who had been disguised as a tavern keeper named Marla for a tavern called Home, and she advised them that she has been finding ways to regain power, both for herself first and foremost, but also offered them the chance to reclaim their glory and eventually free their lord. They all agreed. They managed to put on some very nice cuffs that allowed them to usurp or absorb the power of magical artifacts, which they did. They all jettisoned up to level 8 in an instant. Whew. Heady feeling that it was. And then Maughry suggested that it was probably best that they build themselves or find themselves an area that would be a base of operations, so to speak, and the town that they were in just so happened to have an area nearby that could suit their goals. They just had to clear out all those pesky goblins and bugbears, which they did successfully. Only one managed to live. Maybe. He got carried away in the river, so we'll find out.
Incoming villain arc.
But we ended the session outside of what you guys saw on stream. They did loot the bodies just briefly right after to save a bit of time, for which they found a couple of things. They found a used short bow, a couple of used short bows, scimitars, and leather armor, which is basically what some of the goblins were wearing. One of one of the goblins, they reached in and found a pocket of sand. This special sand? Who knows? Probably not. Goblins. They also found a skull with a fuse on the top of its head with a small note that says "Throw and Run." They found a glowing pheasant carcass with a strange glowing gem in its gullet, and 2 burnt hands on a stick, which they learned is basically the ability to cast burning hands once a day from these items. So, interesting. Yeah, that's what they found there. So now, we are back again in these ruins. We defeated the goblins.
The last part you said didn't come through.
Oh, I said have at it.
I'm looking for some good shit.
From where Therese is standing, can she see the Ekaitz is looking less good for wear?
I mean, you have a clear sight on him, so probably.
So Therese will go over to Ekaitz and put like both her hands on his arm and cast Cure Wounds at level 2. Let me get my D8. Oh, shit, 2 zeros. Okay.
Oh no.
So 6, 7, 13 plus 4. So 17 HP you get back.
Oh, thanks.
No worries. Guess Therese will just start making her way around to like the left area if there's anything that sticks out.
There's a set of broken boards that you pass by. Is he covering something?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Knowing you as a trap, but can I carefully see what's underneath it?
How would you like to do that?
Yes.
How?
Oh, how? Sort of like gingerly hold one side and just sort of like slowly lift it up.
Can you roll perception for me?
13.
Okay. So, Therese, as you just gingerly put like almost like the barest tips of your fingers underneath the edge of this wood paneling that's there, and you lift it, a waft of what is refuse of bodily functions assails your nose. Whatever's under here, it smells fucking awful.
I just kind of sort of like leaps back, slamming the thing. Everyone in the camp can just hear us say, "Oh, God."
Val, can you do a perception check for me?
Yes.
24? Look at that. Okay. You can
That
clearly
fucking 20.
see to the south of you, just on the edge of where the wall has been broken, that either through digging or just the decay of the area of where it is, you can see that there are several sort of half broken open coffins or dug up graves in that small corner.
All right. Well, I mean, I have no honor among the. I'm just gonna start digging through it. I don't give a fuck.
Perfect. So, general investigation for me. Michael. 19. Perfect. Okay, so as you describe to me how you would pick through a couple of coffins, like you do it gently, do you just pull through?
Well, he's just starting to dig through it and like just like kind of looking on like every little crevice that he can see, like pushing like random objects, seeing if there's like a hidden push button, and if it's like nothing, he'll just like throw it back and then just keep digging.
Okay, perfect. So, as you lift through a couple of them, you can see that a few of them have what look like silver funerary masks over their faces. You can see that one of them has some kind of signet ring on its bony finger. And you can see at the foot of another one what looks to be a jeweled reliquary.
All right. Well, he's gonna break the fingers off and just take off the ring. Not gonna slide it off. He just breaks it off, and then he's gonna grab the jeweled.
Reliquary.
Just start shoving it in his pockets.
Okay. You take the funerary masks.
Oh yeah.
So after a couple minutes of searching through, you basically just see that all that's left is decaying clothing, too sort of damaged by the elements and decay to be worth anything. What you've found is basically what was of value in those coffins.
He'll just move on.
Can I have I forget the name right now of my familiar, but whatever her name is.
Isn't it Nis?
Nix, right? Nis or
Nis?
Nix something. Wait, Nis. Yes, yeah, NYS Nis.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have Nis. You said that she's not one of the ones who can fly, but that she might have limited gliding ability.
Yes.
Is that still true?
Yeah, she has climbing and gliding.
Okay.
So like she can glide down, but she could climb up. So like the little ridge area, she could climb up that. And you're not in combat, so you don't have to worry about how far she can move.
Yeah, I would like for her to start exploring down, here and get like within 100 feet of me, so I can, take a bonus action to look through her, senses and like investigate down here.
Okay. She's within 100 feet now.
I think so.
Okay,
yes.
perfect. So, do you want to roll investigation?
Sure. Perception or investigation? Perception would be way better.
Investigation.
You sure we're not like perceiving reality?
Okay, I mean, you could use perception to change what you might see, but you could do perception.
I would really rather do perception. I got +8 to perception, so.
Okay, you could do. I rolled
perception.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Okay. That was 12 for investigation, which is awful. Wow, and on that one. Okay.
So through Nis's eyes, you can see that her nose is down a little bit on the ground. She's looking around, trying to see if she can find anything of value, of use. You can see that it looks like this ravine area, this sort of, I'm going to call it a ravine. It's the closest thing I can think of what it would be. It's not a valley. It's too small. This ravine area looks to have been some kind of dumping ground for the goblins and bugbears. So, like, carcasses that they ate, they've thrown bones and stuff over the side of the ledge and that kind of thing. Nothing really seems valuable down here that you can see. It just kind of looks like a dumping ground for more refuse.
Okay.
Ekaitz, are you staying on this bridge?
No, I continue to move towards where all the goblins were to the left.
Okay, gonna move your character.
Nuke zone.
And I cross here.
Okay. Do you want to roll perception for me?
Yes.
Okay,
So 13.
As you enter this area of the ruins, you can see this area is sort of the beginning area of where a lot more like tracks have been. So there's been a lot more foot traffic, a lot more like they were living more on this area than they were any of the previous ones that you had walked through. You can see there's like a broken stone chair in the corner of whatever this first section is. It doesn't. There's no recognizable symbols on it. If there were, they've been sort of worn off with age. But you can definitely see that this area and the one with the pillars seem to be like amidst all the dead bodies that are over there. They're still dead bodies. It looks like they were living mostly in this section, and perhaps there's more to be discovered further in.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Neressa, are you staying down there
Yeah,
on
nice.
the bottom bridge?
Nope, I'm following everybody. I'm just going along.
Okay. Ekaitz, you travel further in?
Yes, I move farther in.
You guys can
Stay
move your
here between the
tokens,
two.
and when you get towards something that I might trigger something,
Okay.
I'll let you know.
Oh, okay.
Got it.
So pause there. Pause there. Okay, so Therese, can you roll perception for me?
Natural 20. So
Ooh.
24.
Okay. So, you have two options from where you're standing. North of you looks to be what looks like barrels. You can see there's some stuff hanging out, a couple of cloths, that kind of thing. It looks like whatever these barrels were, it might have been loot goblins have robbed from other people, other merchants, travelers, that kind of thing. So, there is that option just north of you. To the west of you, you see what looks like some kind of sarcophagus or crypt entombment. Still looks intact.
I think I'll head the barrels and inspect and check all of them.
So which barrel are you going to check first?
Let me zoom in. I'm getting a vibe from this one.
Can you roll investigation for me?
I'm going to reroll that because it was a natural 20 again. And I feel that's like way unfair. Okay, that's with investigation 14.
So as you look at this middle barrel, you can see what looks like the markings of the goblins having started to pry up the enclosures for it. You can see that they might have gotten frustrated at one point because they couldn't end up prying it, and you can see that they just started like slamming or smashing into the top of it. So there is what looks like you could potentially slip your hand in, or you could try breaking more of the top of the barrel off.
I'll try breaking the top off.
Okay, how do you want to go about doing that?
Probably because there's like a indentation where the lid connects. I'll probably take both my daggers and use prying.
Okay. Can you roll a it's
It's gonna be what?
it's a strength check to see if you can do it. I laugh
Okay,
because
now
I
make
know
the
what your
natural 20
strength
again.
is.
That's not terrible. 16.
Okay. So you are able to, with some exerted effort, sort of like, you know, you like try and just go like this, and then you're like, and like really sort of elbow grease it, able to crack off the lid enough that you could now open it, which I assume you do. Which is what I assume that you do. You pull it all the way off.
Yeah.
So inside that barrel, you find 3 oil flasks, a tinder box, and 2 potions of healing common variety.
Mm-hmm.
What's in that one? You find some other sort of like rolled up, kind of like a tarp, I guess, right? Which was sort of keeping it from cracking against the sides, but I wouldn't say it's very weather tarpy. It's more just like hemp cloth kind of stuff, where it's just used as a buffer.
I'll take all of it and put it into my backpack.
I will say that because Therese is actively searching this one, it gives everybody else a chance to continue moving.
Thalrik's gonna say to Neressa, "Your magic is very strong, I savored the way their bodies burst and crackled in flames."
You flatter me.
More to come, I certainly hope.
Okay. So I see that Vel and Ekaitz have just gone right past where Therese is. Like, she's got that handled. I'm not gonna bug her. Let's go over to these other ones. So
Probably
Vel,
gonna get shot.
you walk
Let
past
it conquer.
the completely sealed sarcophagus. The one that you have stopped at seems to have been broken open, whether by goblins or not. You do see that there is a skeleton inside. What would you like to do?
I'm looting the body, and I'm digging through the sarcophagus. I have no shame.
Okay. How are you? Are you just sort of like reaching in through the existing cracks, or are you removing stone?
Well, first I'm gonna like peek through, see if I can see anything. Um, Probably not because there's not like any like dim light in there. Like I have dark vision, but I don't have like true sight. So I mean,
Okay.
so I'll try to peek through at first, and then if not, I'm gonna, do the unthinkable and like just reach my hand in there, start digging around,
Okay.
and worst comes to worst, I'll start throwing rocks off.
Okay. Can you well, do you want to wait to see what you perceive first, or do you want to just go? Yeah, if it doesn't look bad, let me
Okay, I'm just gonna
just balls it. Okay, cool. Can you roll me a d6?
D6. Ooh, 5.
Perfect. So, um, you feel around inside this broken sarcophagus. You can feel the shape of rib cage, bones, um, similar sort of decayed cloth that you had seen in the other graves. And your hand comes to rest on what feels like a leathery pouch.
Yank that bitch out.
All right, perfect. So, when you pull it out, it does look just like a brown leather pouch tied. All right, perfect. So, inside, you find what looks to be just regular caster's components, but also it looks like some kind of fiery yellow gem inside as well.
Interesting. Could I like feel if there's like anything magical to it, or
You can roll an Arcana check if you want.
I will try. 18. Wait, hang on. Plus my modifier. 19.
So it does seem like this gem is magical in nature, has some kind of magical property to it. It's definitely not just a gem. Like, you have to
Okay.
know what it is, or
I'll put it back in the pouch, and then I'll put the other stuff that I found on the other location in the pouch as well, and put it on my belt loop.
perfect. So you spend another couple of minutes like rooting around, and other than the dead carcass of a mouse, you don't find anything else in that section there. Neressa, what are you doing?
I'm going to move forward, and I'd probably see Therese. Therese, have you found anything of value?
Nothing super valuable. And I hand her one of the potions of healing.
Thank
Did
you.
find 2 of these. It'd be best suited for yourself.
Thank you. Have you checked all over here already?
No, there's still the 2 other barrels in here.
Do you mind if I check one?
Oh, go for it.
Okay, I would probably just go to the right and check this one. Since Therese has 2 next to her, I would just go to this one over here.
Okay, perfect. So this barrel, unlike the other ones, is tipped on its side. It does have a broken midsection, and you can see what looks like the goblins had been trying to pry stuff out of it. So you can see bits of cloth and that kind of stuck in the broken sections of the wood, and they didn't quite take out what was inside before your party surprised them.
Can I look around and see if there's anything that I would want inside?
You want to break it open?
Yeah, if I can.
Okay. How would you like to do that?
So I couldn't even fit like a hand or anything in there.
You could, but it's quite like it's imagine it's like a very small kind of thing, and they've tried to pull out whatever was inside, and the cloth that's in there is thick because it's another kind of like buffer from the wood, and it's gotten caught, right? So unless you push the cloth back in, yes, but you might also like scrape your arm trying to.
I'll just try to break it.
What are you using?
I don't think I really have anything. I guess I'd try to use my staff because I don't think I have anything else that could do any damage to it.
Did you want to roll to hit it? Because wood's got that AC.
I'm looking at my spells. I don't know that I could do anything else to break it open.
You can just use your staff. That's fine. It's not it's not. Hey, wood's not a hard thing to break down, right? It's not.
I know you're trying to hit to me that it was hard.
No, I just think when it does have AC, so it's one of those things where you just have shit luck that you might miss, right? And you're like, oh. Or it like glances off or something, right? Like it's not gonna be crazy, but
well, I'll just try. I'll whack it.
okay. That hits. So do you want to roll?
18.
Yeah, do you want to roll damage?
Yeah, what in the world? I never do. I don't even know what I would roll just for damage for a staff.
So when you're looking at your So when you're looking at the D&D Beyond and you're looking at your, I don't think I equipped
Actions.
staff. There we go. It's because it wasn't equipped, so I've now equipped it.
Hmm.
So when you look at it, right, you have a +3 to your hit DC, and then if you're using both hands, you can roll a D8, right? That's your damage. If you're only using one arm or one hand, then it's a D6. So I would assume, since you're not holding anything else, you've got two hands, whack, so you can roll a D8 for damage.
Perfect. Well, I rolled a 3.
I will say that you have managed to break off enough more of the wood that you could feasibly get your hand in. You've broken enough more of it
Okay.
away.
Could I
with
mage
that.
hand it?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I would cast mage hand and have it sift for me.
Okay, you want to just have it reach in and start pulling stuff out?
Yep.
You want to roll investigation?
Yes.
She's like, what? An intelligence-based one for a wizard? Don't mind if I do.
19.
So you watch as your mage hand starts reaching in to this barrel. It easily pushes past where the hemp cloth is, and it brings out an assorted bunch of crates, pouches, sort of like 5 or 6 of them, that it all just sort of drops down neatly. And then it yanks out the rest of that hemp cloth to show that there's nothing else left except for what's in these pouches and one small crate.
I would turn to Therese and say, would you want to go through the crate while I go through the pouches?
Sure.
And I would start going through the pouches.
Okay. So as you open up all of these pouches, you can see that they look like different people's coin purses. There's different denominations throughout each of them. In total, the amount of money that you find within these pouches amounts to 220 gold, 380 silver, 90 copper. Therese, as you open up the small crates that are in there, you find a random assortment of semi-precious stones. Find 10 different stones within those crates. You're uncertain of their value at present.
Okay.
But they don't look very expensive, but semi-precious. That's all that's in that bigger barrel.
Mhm.
Thalrik, what are you doing?
I think Nis would have sort of followed along behind and been like kind of keeping an eye out as Thalrik kind of like walked over to see what was going on. I think at this point Thalrik would probably revert back to his normal form. You know, you might see like some I don't know, his body kind of shrinking back down and everything kind of becoming back into his normal furbolg self. And perhaps he will look around for any signs of. Okay, well, first, can he do a nature check to see if he knows much about goblins or whatever these beings were? They're the way, like, basically, I want to know, like, would it be likely that they would bury treasure? And I want to keep an eye out for any loose or recently moved dirt that he could potentially excavate or help excavate with mold earth. Okay.
So I will just say, because you have lived in this region for the last 10 years, you are quite familiar with goblins, considering they are a staple in the region. I will say that in their own structures, they will have sort of like loot hoards that kind of thing. This looks to be an area that has been, even though the town people have said like, oh, like they've been camped out there for a while, it doesn't look like an area that they are like it's not a base for them, right? They've just been using it as a sort of like a go-between area or like a small stopping point. It seems like they've been using it for something where, wherever else in the region where they might have been looting other people traveling, they've just used this as a safe space for them for that purpose. It doesn't look like they've set up to live there. So there's not anything that looks disturbed enough to indicate that they would have buried anything. And it definitely just seems like anything that they did get that was important, they would have shuffled it off, except for what's most recent or just whatever they couldn't grab.
Okay, in that case, Thalrik will make his way over to Ekaitz by the unopened sarcophagus and
Okay.
ask him, shall we crack it open?
Yeah, sure.
And then he's gonna give guidance to Ekaitz if he has to make a strength check or anything like that. So
Let me ask you both a question. Are you just straight up opening it, or are you?
Oh no, perception. I'm gonna check it out for
Good
Okay.
choice.
Okay. I will give you a choice. You can roll one of three options. You can roll investigation, arcana, or religion.
Well, I did perception. Was that not one of the options?
Nope.
Okay. It was, what was it?
You could do investigation, arcana, or religion.
What do you want to roll, Ekaitz? I have a decent arcana +6.
I can roll investigation.
Okay. Arcana. Rolling. Damn. 8.
Okay. And Ekaitz, would you like to roll your investigation?
Wait. Can I give myself guidance? It doesn't really matter, but
Bit late.
too late.
You gave it to
13
Ekaitz.
investigation.
All right. He also gave you guidance. You can add a D4 to that result.
Yeah. He has guidance.
I can add a d4. Okay. 4.
Okay, so 17. So,
Yes.
I almost called you Kaylin. That's not the right character. Thalrik, you sort of look over this sarcophagus and you can see like it's still sealed, but you don't really notice anything amiss. Just from a cursory view of it, you're sort of more focused on getting it open than you're thinking these goblins have been here for a while. They must have tried to open it, so if there's anything terrible they would have known better, perhaps.
By the way, real
Ekaitz,
quick, the way it looks when Thalrik does guidance is he takes his staff and he like taps him on the head and he says, Lennox. That's
say
what guidance is. So.
from the connect to your head, Ekaitz, you probably feel like a small warming sensation as the magic of guidance takes hold of you. For your investigation, you take a bit more time, taking a turn around the sarcophagus, and you think, yeah, it looks fine. And then you notice there are faint spots of blood, dried blood, in a shallow channel, very small, just around the lid's seal.
Okay.
It looks like some kind of triggering mechanism.
Okay, so I pointed out to him and I asked him, what do you think about this blood around the seal?
I don't know. Is there a check I can do, like survival maybe or something? I don't know.
You could do a religion check.
Okay. Not so great with religion.
You do also have the option of calling your compatriots.
Yeah, let's do that. Hey, everybody. Come here. Nyx is going to be like, squeak, 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 squeak.
So, everybody gathers around this sarcophagus. Ekaitz, would you like to point out what you found?
Hey, I found that the seal has a thin blood layer channel surrounding it. What do you guys think?
Are there any symbols or words written on this?
Not that you can see anything specific. Whatever was there, looks like it's been sort of worn off.
I could cast Detect Magic.
You could.
Is there anything that Therese would like notice about this thing? Anything that sort of like she's seen before?
I would say you can roll religion at advantage if you'd like. Something about it sort of tickles the back of your mind.
Thank God it was at advantage because one was a natural one. 17.
You believe that this blood is representative of some kind of funerary rite, which would be required to open the lid if you basically give blood to the coffin.
So rather than communicating this information, Therese will just walk up, cut the palm of her hand, and sort of hold it over for the blood to sort of like trickle.
So I will say you have offered up 1 hit die worth of blood. So I need you to roll 1 of your hit die and take it off of your health.
What's my hit?
For you, I believe it is a D8. Yeah, D8.
7.
Okay, so as everybody else is sort of looking at this thing, trying to figure out like how to open it, Therese just eyes it for a second and thinks, I know what this is. And you watch as she just takes one of her daggers, cuts the palm of her hand, and squeezes, and blood drips down into that small channel. And she holds it there enough, squeezes out enough blood that you can see it just quickly spread around the seal of this coffin. And it takes a second, but then you hear what sounds like a grinding, and whatever blood is in that channel seeps down into the center of the sarcophagus beneath, and you hear like a small hiss as air escapes, and whatever thing that was triggerable is now disarmed. You can try and lift the lid.
As Therese just sort of like wraps her hand with whatever cloth she has on her, she then just proceeds to back to where she was. And leaves the coffin.
Basically just unlocks. I'll leave the rest to you. Walks off. All right. Are the other 4 staying there? You like to try and you can lift it all together off if you want, or one of you can try, or 2 of you, whatever you'd like.
I think Thalrik kind of looks at Ekaitz and kind of like, it's like, go on, big guy.
Yeah, then I go there and I start reaching out.
Okay. Anybody helping Kate's lift this a little up?
Yeah, I'll help.
So I'll say with the 2 of you combined, it's heavy. It is a large stone slab, but you are able to push it off of the thing inside. You see the mummified remains of a figure in armor. I will say, Kate's, you can tell that this armor is paladin in nature. And it looks to be that he is holding a long sword and there's some kind of script or writing on the blade, and he grips something else in his hand, but it's just down at his side.
Vel'Korin's gonna look at Ekaitz and be like, "All you, buddy. All this stuff is useless to me. I'm not a sword guy or armor guy, so go for it."
Then I start getting the things out of the mummified remains. Start with the sword.
Okay. You're able to take the long sword out. Do you want to look at that script more?
Yes, I want to try to read it or try if I understand something.
So you can tell that it is a language. It is legible, but it's not one that you know.
Can Thalrik look at it too?
Yeah?
Yeah, I was gonna ask around to see if someone speaks the language.
Okay. So as you
What was
pass
the
it
language?
around to the other ones, Thalrik, you do not recognize this language. Vel'Korin, you do not recognize this language. And Therese, Neressa, you don't recognize this language either. Only someone.
Can I cast comprehend languages?
Yes, you can. Perfect. So, as you cast comprehend language and Ekaitz is holding this sword up for you to read, you can tell that this script is celestial, and it reads. Well, actually, you know what? I'll send it to you, and then you can see if you want to tell anybody else what it says.
This sword reads, "Blood sanctifies what must never be known." Does that make sense to any of you?
No idea.
Once again, please.
Blood sanctifies what must never be known. I think that means the blood that Therese did has released information that might be in here that should have never been known. My interpretation. I don't know if that's correct.
That or it's like a special sword against like unknown creatures that shouldn't be known, aka like our boss.
That's a good idea as well.
Thalrik's gonna mention perhaps putting your blood on it will bind it to you.
Well, I have no
Hmm.
use for a sword.
And looks at
I
Ekaitz.
could use it, but I don't think a celestial weapon would really bind to me or us.
I mean, we could bring it to somebody to identify for us, like to really see if they know, and then go from there. If it's useless to us, then gold.
Hmm. Perhaps Mulgrew
Money
has information
talks.
as well.
Hopefully.
Perhaps.
Ekaitz, you leave the sword with them, or do you tuck it into your belongings?
I put it in the back,
I would assume that
and
you
then I
then
continue with the armor.
you strip
sorry.
the body of its armor, yanking bones
Yeah.
out from inside of it. It is a very well preserved half plate set of armor. There doesn't seem to be any damage to it.
Well, loot is loot.
You also find, gripped in its hand, with its skeletal fingers around a wand of some kind. That was like, I don't need a sword, I don't need armor, like that shit wand used.
Yeah, wait, wand.
No,
Just
no,
go in
no.
now. I call out to the magic users and point it to them to see
Yeah,
if they
I'll
know
look.
what it is.
I'll look at Neressa and be like, we both, one of us could use this.
You take it for now, and once we identify if it would be better suited to you or me, we can decide it at a later time.
He'll gingerly just slide it into his chest pocket.
So the look of this wand is it looks like dark metal with a thin shaft, and about 3/4 of the way up, there's a small, almost glass bulb shape in it. But yeah, pretty nice looking. It's interesting to see
Seems like
somebody in paladin armor with a wand for whatever reason. But
seems like we're getting a pretty good haul.
that's what you find in that.
Are we missing anything?
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, is there anything underneath it or around it? Like, it seems like this area could be significant. So, is there the message on it about the? So I'm wondering if there's anything else underneath the coffin or nearby that might significant.
So I'll say that you spend a couple of minutes probably checking around it. It looks like this coffin is firmly sealed into the ground. You don't find any mechanisms to suggest that it might move and reveal a set of hidden stairs or anything like that. It does look like whatever building was here was most likely some kind of religious structure, and that these coffins that are or sarcophagus that are in here would have been there as like some kind of place of honor or reverence of some kind. But again, it's the area that it's in has been sort of the elements have waged war on it. Goblins have pecked through it. Anything that might have denoted any other purpose to it, it's no longer there. Therese, you wandered off.
While they're all, yeah, I was going to say, while they're all doing that, I'm going to check this final barrel.
So it's much like that first barrel that you came across. So would you like to try and open it?
Yeah, go on.
Roll strength.
Straight strength again.
Mhm.
15.
you are able to pop open the lid of the other barrel. Inside, you see another barrel, much smaller. You can see that there's a wax seal around the lid with what looks like a small stopper in it as well. What would I do?
1 sec. Would I be able to pull it out, or is it
It's
very much a barrel with a barrel?
like this big, like arms. So you could try.
Go on.
You want to roll strength to lift it out?
$13.
I will say that you are able to get it out, but you struggle. Like it slips from your fingers at one point, and you like grab at it and like just sort of use the edge of the other barrel to like try and gain leverage, and then you lift it out. And you can hear and feel there's some kind of liquid sloshing around inside.
And where did you say the stopper was? Was it on the top or
Top.
the side?
On top.
Can I open it and smell?
You sure can. Would you like to roll perception?
No.
He's like, if this is a barrel of piss.
I'm gonna make sure everyone takes a sip. Perception. 23.
Evil.
Perfect. You are no stranger to many beverages, considering your line of work.
Saying I'm
You can tell that this is a very nice barrel of dwarven brandy.
nice. Okay.
That's it.
Gonna put the stopper back in and fit it into the ever-expanding back.
I will say, carrying around a barrel of brandy is quite cumbersome for you.
It'll be
I'm not
fine.
doing-
I
I'm
would
not
try
doing any
jumping
cartwheels
any. I would try jumping any ledges if I were you. I just.
No.
So you guys all spend some time going through as much as you can within this encampment. That is the extent of what you are able to find. What do you do when you finish looting?
I guess probably because I haven't seen them or heard anything from over there, I'll go back, sort of like check on them to make sure they aren't all dead or in a fight or something.
Okay.
And I'll just sort of like.
I will say you can see that Ekaitz has a new sword strapped to his back. He's currently putting some armor into his bag. And Vel and Neressa are speaking hurriedly over what looks like a metal stick in their hands.
Once everybody's gathered, I'm gonna grab the bag, basically, of all the shit I looted, and just kind of like open it and like kind of show everybody what y'all got. Trying to
Sorry,
see if like
it just
my
gave
loot worked
me-
better for them,
if
see if
any
their
of you
loot
have
works better for me.
siblings,
Like,
if any of you have siblings and you went trick or treating, and at the end of Halloween you just came and dumped all your
showed
candy
each
on
other
the
the
floor
hall.
to see who got better.
Also, real quick, what was on the first thing I looted? I remember I got the signet ring, and
You got a signet ring, a
that was
jeweled
about
reliquary,
yeah.
and 3 ancient silver funeral masks.
Okay.
Well, Thalrik's like, I got nothing.
Booze and oil.
I found some money.
I just got what you saw. The sword and the armor.
Does Therese know what the sword says? Was she there?
No, I was
No,
around the
she was
corner.
not there. True.
Therese.
I will show it to her.
Mhm. It reads, "Blood
Come here.
sanctifies what must never be known."
Blood sanctifies whatever must not be known.
Vel believed that it was meant to kill evil, perhaps. I think that's a good idea, because this does appear
a
to
smiter.
be a cleric.
Or
But he
keep it
also
away
had a
from me then.
wand.
Smite weapon.
Oh, I forgot to ask. Is there also an inscription on the plate, or it was only on the?
Just on the sword.
Well, I for one would like to know what all this shit is, so we should find somebody to identify it for us. Better, we can take some time to really look over them.
You're gonna head back to town, clear out the bodies.
First, I'm going to hand Ekaitz
clear
the
out the
other
bodies.
potion of healing.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Seems like something you might need.
I mean, I feel like we did the hard work. I don't think we need to clear out the bodies. I feel like somebody needs to come and do it for us.
Well, you burnt most of them. You can probably burn the rest.
If they are already burned.
Not just me, okay? Neressa burnt quite a few corpses too.
Therese just nods.
What was that blood thing? Does that like work with anything? Like, I just go to like a random crypt and just.
Don't know. You'll have to find out.
Alright, he's gonna walk up to the crypt right above where he reached his hand and just. Fuck
You wanna
it. I
you wanna
mean,
actually do that? You wanna just like drop blood into
Yeah.
the empty sarcophagus? Okay. Do you wanna roll a hit die for me?
Yeah, that's a D8, right?
I believe that is what it's for you as well. Yeah.
8. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So you lose 8 health. You all watch as Bell looks at everything around and then just you almost see like he's come to a decision, and he walks back up to the sarcophagus, raises his hand, raises his blade to his hand, cuts it, does what Therese did, and blood falls into the area where the sarcophagus lining is. And he waits. He waits. Nothing happens.
Kind of just like throws his hands up. Fuck it, whatever.
While he's doing that, can Therese inspect this sarcophagus? See if there's anything that jumps out? Or inside?
You can see much like the others have seen, like this seems to have been a sarcophagus for somebody of importance to whatever religion was in this building, whoever was revered here. Any sort of markings that were on it, because it's in an open area, have been worn off with the passage of time. So you can't see anything in particular other than just whoever was buried here had some kind of importance.
Okay.
You're not sure what, but to whatever religion that paladin belonged to, was considered, or she
Okay.
Think of
It's
like when you
strange
go into
that
like the
this
old
paladin.
England churches and they've got people in tombs that you can visit.
Mm.
But
If this person was so important, I find it strange that it's abandoned. Maybe
It
the
may have been
people in the city would know.
I mean, it was
potentially.
raided by goblins.
That's true. I don't know how long the goblins have been here.
Don't think goblins could do this kind of damage. She sort of like points around at what is left of whatever this place was.
I mean,
Yeah,
we probably could have helped out.
Thalrik's going to mention maybe we should head back to town and put some of those townspeople to work on getting our building up and running.
Good idea. We just did a good deed, and good deeds need to be paid.
They may not be happy when they see that we destroyed these sarcophagi.
That was the goblins.
If it
That
meant
was
something
not
to
us.
That
them.
was the goblins, yeah.
Good
See,
cover
he
story.
gets
I
notes.
agree.
He gets notes. And there's just this giant fucking demon that just came out of nowhere. I don't know what the
That we defeated.
right and sent back to Avernus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're true heroes.
Then I say we can go back to town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so, you all sort of pack up the goods that you have pilfered. You say, "Fuck the bodies; it don't matter," and you head back to town. What's the first thing that you do when you get back?
Are we going straight to the tavern?
Might be an idea to secure accommodation.
Yeah.
Okay, so, your party returns to the town. It is enough time that has passed that it is quite late into the evening. It's the wee morning hours have started to bulk up. It is now the next day, which is the 19th. And as you enter home, you can see that there aren't as many people inside. You can see that there's a couple of people passed out in the corners. Other people that look like they might be more like farmers, sort of getting a morning cup of coffee from Marla at the bar. As you enter, there's no call out of home. It seems to be something that's probably more for an evening crowd full of drunken revelry. But when when you enter, you are definitely pulling the sight of nearly everyone inside as you come in. A couple of you bloody, definitely covered in the blood of probably goblins and other things. Some of you have, sword strapped to your back. Another one has a giant keg peeking out from the back of her bag. And you enter the tavern, and you can see that Marla is just serving some coffee to someone, and she looks up as you all enter. A couple other patrons glance your way, and she nods to your party and gives a thumb to indicate that the back room is free. Back there?
Oh, fuck it. As they head back there, Vel'Korin's gonna be like, man, killing those goblins, freeing that part of the town was a pretty hard job to do. Our selfless deed.
As you say, our selfless deed, there's a gentleman on a table who's slumped forward like this. You can see that he's definitely had several tankards of ale. And he goes, "Selfless deeds!" Yeah. And
Expecting to get paid or something. But
you see a couple of other people look at you with some interest, and they start going, one person walks out of the tavern behind you, and Marla goes, "Oh dear, yes, of course. Uh, you defeated the goblins, all of them? Oh my goodness, that is certainly a how did you manage it?" You can kind of see this glimmer in her eye of really, really.
I don't know, but a good hero, always comes out on top. You know, we just we just want the best for the people, and
Um. So wait. So Thalrik is going when that guy says when the drunken guy says that thing. Thalrik's gonna hear him and kind of look at him and approach him, and he's gonna like look down at him, and he's not gonna attack with it, but he's gonna use his primal savagery cantrip to look really scary and be like, "Yes, some of us are heroes.
This
Respect
guy,
is owed."
this guy lifts his head again from the table, and you can see he's trying to.
His teeth get all like extra long and acidy, and he's like his eyes get extra like pharaoh looking, with this primal savagery thing.
As you stare at this gentleman, you can see a very glassy covering over his eyes, and he looks very confused, very much like he's not sure if what he's seeing is real or just imagined from his drunken state. And you could just kind of see him pat himself. I gotta go home. And he lurches out of the table, giving you a wide berth, and he's just kind of like, as he goes around you and stumbles out of the tavern.
And Thalrik's gonna say, "Yes, friend, I think you should head home. Clearly, you've had too much to drink."
Vel'Korin's gonna go over and take the guy's drink.
You've got about a half a tankard of ale there.
Cheers. All right, let's go into the back. Well, that's where Vel'Korin's gonna go. Start heading to the back.
You can see a couple as you guys walk towards the back room. You can see that Marla is, I'll say, fielding questions from some of the other patrons who are asking her things in like hushed whispers, and you can see her going. She seems to be reassuring them in some fashion. Okay. You all head into the back room. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You guys enter. It's much the same as it was last time. Enough seats for each of you. It probably takes Marla a couple of minutes, but she does return into the back room with you. And I realized I forgot last time to show you, but when she enters and her form shimmers into her, what she would consider to be her true form, this is who you see. This is Maugrey. Still in Marla's tavern outfit, but and I'm assuming you all take a seat at some point. So she just sort of puts her hands down on the edge of the table and just takes a brief sigh. I did say be heroic. You didn't necessarily have to blurt it out the second you got there. And she's going to look directly at Vel.
He's just gonna be like, "Oh, relax," as he kicks his feet up onto the table. That's what heroes do, right? They jaunt about their victories to peasants and
I know. I hate it.
claim their heroics. It's exhausting.
I'm sure. Someone's gone to fetch, I guess who you would call the mayor. He just sort of believe this person to be a leader figure for the town. Basically, it's someone who's
And a
agreed
foul.
to, keep things moving along. He hasn't died yet, so there's that. I chose Marla specifically because she is, I would almost say, the de facto leader of this town. They will obviously be very grateful. I'm sure enough coin would be preferable. I sent you there specifically to clear out that area, to take it for yourselves. You can have money or have them build you a base of operations. I would
This
think
would
the
be nice.
base would be better, considering you've freed up an area where the river can start flowing, their commerce can pick back up, and you enliven the area. It makes more sense. But I understand the attraction of gold.
No, base of operations sounds like a good idea.
We can find gold anywhere or take gold from anyone.
Good
I will
choice.
require appropriate workers.
Did you have a preference?
I do enjoy the company of kobolds, but not sure if there are any in these parts.
I'm sure we could find some here and there. Slave trade's not exactly a dying form in these parts.
For me, just anybody just submissive. I don't want to hear lip from them.
Well, do keep in mind you want loyalty and discretion. Fear doesn't always manage that, given your current situation. So, we will say that the town of Rivermark is very grateful for your clearing out of that goblin encampment. They send workers out to the area to begin construction on what will be known as the Last Hope Bastion. It's your Bastion. Each of you provides a set of instructions on what you would like built in specific areas. You advise the type of workers you would like. It does take some time, Thalrik, for them to excavate the area that you would like for yours, but they do manage it, and they do manage to find you some kobolds. They tell you that in the first few weeks it will have to be regular folk, a couple of bugbears, but once the kobolds are acquired, shouldn't be an issue. It takes them several weeks to do the construction. Do any of you oversee the construction of the bastion?
Oh yeah.
Definitely using mold earth and my cantrips like shape water, anything that can be helpful in this process. And if I have any do I have any spells that might be helpful? If I do, we can assume I would help.
So you all take active participation in the building of your bastion. You make certain that
It needs
no
to be
one,
tip-top shape.
that no one is adding in things that shouldn't be there, anything like that. You're making sure that everything is exactly to specifications. And I will move you to a
I
map.
have like a fountain in my bath.
You want a fountain in your bath? Okay. So, this will
Full bathroom.
be what it essentially looks like when all is said and done. I will say that sorry. So first, As things are being done, you guys are given lodging within the town, just within some empty homes that were left abandoned. They say, go ahead and live there till your place is sort of up and running. It's not anything fancy, very basic. But they are, as I said, quite grateful for the assistance. It's not a very wealthy area yet, so they don't have much in terms of gold or items to offer, except their manual labor in building the Bastion. About five or 6 days into the building process, you start to notice that there are a couple of extra merchant travelers, water haulers, a couple of wanderers going in and about town. And as evening comes in each night and you spend that time at home, you can hear different snippets of conversation. You hear one conversation say, "Red glass is breathing. The volcano isn't erupting, but the air stinks like brimstone." And another night you hear, "Saw a whole flock of dust crows drop dead mid-flight." And on another night you hear someone say, I saw a glass shepherd. His eyes, they started glowing. Very weird. I will say one of you, Thalrik, you understand the context of some of what is being said. You understand,
Andy,
yes?
it kind of when you were sharing what they say, it kind of cut out. I wasn't able to hear what was said. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you hear one conversation. Someone says, "Red glass is breathing again. The volcano isn't erupting, but the air stinks like brimstone." And another person is talking about like traveling from the area, and they say, "I saw a whole flock of dusk crows drop dead mid-flight." And someone else says, "I saw a glass shepherd. His eyes started glowing."
A glass shepherd. Okay.
And Thalrik, would you like to roll 3 different checks for information? Because you've been in the area for the last 10 years. This might be information that you recall. So I need 2 history checks and an arcana check.
Okay. Arcana. Wow, I'm rolling crap today. Arcana 12.
Okay. So
History 7.
Okay.
And last history. Oh, that was almost a 19. Was in that one, so I'm useless.
Go ahead, roll a gut guidance die, and you can add it to one of those. You
Oh
can add
yeah.
Yeah.
I was using my guidance. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I'll roll 3 at once. That's a 4, a 4, and a 2. So
16, 11, and 7. Okay, so you don't get much. You don't remember much, but you do recall that there is a town of red glass, which is built atop a red crystal plateau, which is formed from crystallized lava from its last major eruption, which occurred 10 years ago.
oh, interesting. 10 years ago.
I will say that you recognize the term glass shepherds as being a set of traders which deal in the sale of red glass that they farm from the crystallized lava.
Okay. And I'm also assuming that glowing eyes is noteworthy, not usual.
It is, but you didn't pass your arcana check, so I can't tell you.
Oh, okay. Well, I would definitely share this information with everybody and let them know that perhaps this might be an area worth investigation. There might be it seems that it somehow is connected to our Lord's capture, and perhaps there's something worth exploring with glowing eyes. Glass shepherds.
Bell, as Thalrik is explaining Red Glass and the information that he has, I need you to roll a wisdom save.
Wisdom save. Okay. $15.
So, as he is explaining it, something at the back of your mind almost thrums, and you suddenly get brief flashes into your mind of some kind of black spire, some kind of blood pact, just little flits of information in the back of your mind, but nothing that really makes sense. And they're there and then almost gone, as if you can't recall what they were, but you get a sense of knowing.
Does he think that it'd be pertinent to the information from what we've heard, or is that just something?
It's something you're not sure what it is. Like I said, it seems like you should understand what it is, but it's like having information like on the tip of your tongue, and it like you should know it, but it's just not quite like whatever the fleeting images are in your mind. They're not sticking long enough for you to like grab hold of them.
Okay. Well, since I don't think he would seem that it's pertinent to the information, I think he's just gonna keep it to himself.
Perfect. So, what do you guys do with the information that you're learning from these passers through?
Reese is just going to notes of it in case it comes up in the future.
Yeah, same with Vel'Korin. He'll write it in his little journal.
Should we bring it up with Maugrey? Is that her name? Maugrey? Since she works at the tavern, she probably has a lot of people passing through. She probably hears a lot of information.
Yeah, we can.
True.
Okay, so you all do bring it up with Maugrey a couple of days later when you see her. And she agrees that yeah, she's heard similar rumors. She's also heard that there's been like a low thrumming vibration that's happening ever so often from Red Glass within the last week or two. People that are traveling through aren't quite certain what date it started, but quite recent. Doesn't seem to be
How long have we
affecting
been
the
here?
volcano. About a week or two.
Seems like a very important piece of information that we might need to go in explore.
Ooh. I'm going to add Augury to one of my spells. I'm going to add, because we were sleeping and stuff, so I'm going to add Augury and I'm going to cast it. Let me add it. Hold on.
I'm gonna
Spell.
the long rest.
Where is it? That's a second level spell, right? Or is it first level? Second level. Where's Augury? There it
Also,
is.
since we're already kind of talking to Maugrey, Vel'Korin's gonna show him all of the show her all the loot that they've got, like the possible magical items, and see if she can make anything of them.
Okay. So, she will inspect the items that you have given her, and she doesn't recognize the religion behind that suit of armor and sword. It's not something she's aware of. But she does say that those funerary masks are generally used on people of more noble stature. They're worth about 75 gold each. She doesn't recognize the crest on that signet ring, and she kind of laughs it off, going, "If I don't recognize it, it's probably not worth mentioning. Probably a dead house." And she says that it's not magical in nature, but it's probably worth about 100 gold. And she says the jeweled reliquaries of that type generally need about 150 gold for it. She says that
And what about the? Okay,
hang on.
I'm getting ahead of myself. Sorry.
She says that the gem that you have is an elemental gem, which is a yellow one, right?
You said like a fiery yellow. Yeah.
So it is a yellow elemental gem. I believe is. You could either sell that or use it. Yeah, so it's a yellow diamond. It's a earth elemental.
Okay. And then what about the wand?
She does take some time to go over the wand, but it is a wand of magic detection, which has
Of magic detection.
which has 3 uses per day, I believe. Yeah, three charges per day, and you can use it to cast detect magic without expending a spell slot.
Very cool.
Ekaitz, do you also hand over your items to Marguerite to have her check them out?
Yeah, I wanted to ask her about sword and on.
Okay, so she doesn't, like I said, she doesn't recognize the religion for it. She does tell you that in the several years that she's been here, the area that the goblins had occupied has always been abandoned like that, and it's been a long time since there was any actual building there. It's been abandoned for a while, so no one in the vicinity really knows what was there. It's one of those places that just had one of those like haunting stories where like bad things happen to you if you go over there kind of thing. So nobody really went there. The biggest problem that they had faced was that the goblins had stopped up the river, which had dried it up for anything downstream, right? And having defeated them, released the river. That was the goal of clearing out that goblin camp. She does say that the longsword is a it's a +1 longsword. It is a magical longsword in that sense, which will bypass any resistance to non-magical slashing damage.
Okay. I will ask her if there is any temple in the town nearby.
There is no temple nearby. She does say that in some of the other areas, if you do want to go to Red Glass, they may have a small building there, some religion of some kind that maybe they might know more, but
Okay.
anybody else handing anything over for inspection?
The 10 stones that I found in the tiny crates.
So she tells you that each of those stones, while semi-precious, probably go for about 10 gold apiece.
And then the dwarven brand.
She says that while it's generally a good brandy by dwarven standards, probably not great, but she could sell it at the tavern and she offers you 50 gold for it.
Make a 16, she has a deal.
Vel'Korin's gonna ask Neressa if she would like the wand of magic detection. He'll say that it's not really his forte of magic.
I will take it if you don't want it.
I mean, I love a good wand, don't get me wrong, but it's just, it's not my style.
Then I will take it.
Above table. I was really
just
hoping you were going to trigger that trap. Yes.
Just to while they're excavating out the cave system for Thalrik's lair, he's going to be keeping an eye out, using his shape earth helping him, just if there's any, like, I don't know, diamonds, gold, treasure, anything that happens to turn up.
Sure. You want to roll me a d20?
Okay. Six.
I will say, as your place is being dug out, you find near what looks like the roots of a tree that's growing above ground, some kind of clay bottle that, you know how people plant things in the earth and then plant something around it. So someone might have planted this clay bottle in the earth next to a seed, and then the tree grew above it. Did you want to see what
I'm gonna open it.
Okay. Inside, looks to be some kind of viscous liquid. A rather pungent scent.
A viscous liquid. Okay. Well, I'll bring it to Margaret. I guess she's our girl for identifying stuff. So.
She looks at it and takes it for a couple of days, comes back, says, "Where did you get this?"
Well, we were digging out those cavern systems from my lair beneath the waterfall. I came upon it, roots of an old tree. Seemed interesting.
I don't know who would have planted this or why. I mean, it should have killed the tree. I don't know if the container it's in stopped that, but it's a pretty potent poison. Don't drink it.
Noted. Thank you.
I think you found it because I would have drank it.
What's this? Look. Other than that, it's not an area that has like the ground area around here is pretty arid, so it's not really conducive to a lot of gems or gold veins, that kind of thing. So in the area that they excavate, nothing is stand out.
Andy, I sent you a DM.
Yeah, sorry. If you guys send me a DM, tell me, because it's like if you're on a date and you have your cell phone away, that's what this is for me. I just don't look unless you tell me. Yes.
So I guess the question is, shall we stay here while we finish construction on the bastions, or shall we venture forth to this red glass place, which seems to have a number of intersecting uses for us?
I will say Maugrey
Well,
probably tells you to stick around until the Bastion is completed, right? So it does take just over 2 weeks, but 16 days for the full completion of everything, and you get everything set up. So for those watching, each of the players chose 2 special facilities. I'm not sure what your basic facilities are. That's up to you. But Ekaitz chose a smithy and a barracks. Neressa, you had chosen an arcane study and a storehouse. Vel chose an arcane study as well and an armory. Thalrik chose a storehouse and a workshop. How this will work, let me just count. 19, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh my goodness. The date that your bastion is completed, a meteor shower happens. So, your bastion is completed on the 7th of Akyel, which is in the following month, on Da'anth, which is like a Monday. And I'll say, as your bastion is completed and night falls, you can see what looks like a collection of shooting stars as meteors tumble through the sky. Neressa, this is a very good symbol for divination. It is a good omen, as it were.
I would let everybody know that.
I mean, did they land nearby? Can we go get them? Is it like a leprechaun
Would you
treasure or something?
would you like to search and see if you can find any meteor fragments?
Hell yeah.
wait, did they
that
hit the
would be
ground?
nice. Yeah.
There's a possibility.
Fuck yeah, if they did.
Mhm.
I thought they were just in the sky and all that. I was like, oh, okay, that's cool.
Could be dragon's eggs or who knows.
Okay, so I will say in this particular one, I roll every time to see if you do tend to search for it. None look like they have landed in this area. So unfortunately, this time, no fragments. What's to say it doesn't have
Quarterstaff made out of meteor stone. Imagine the magical potential.
Right.
finished.
I actually know someone, his wedding ring is made out of a meteorite.
That's awesome.
It was very expensive, I guess. It being rare.
I can imagine. Also, my guy who's always tending to stuff in my Bastion. I don't care what his name was before, but is now Jacques.
That's the guy that tends to your stuff?
Yeah.
I would say manager. Okay, so what we'll do is I will say that it probably takes once everything has been set up, it takes another week or so for you guys to sort of arrange where things are going, who's to do what, that kind of thing. So we can resolve a Bastion turn during this time. So we can either take a break first or do the Bastion turn first.
Bastion, Bastion, Bastion. First Bastion turn ever. Bastion. But I'm just one voice.
I don't mind. We can either do the turn or do a break and then do the turn.
I don't mind either.
Okay, well, let's
It's up
say
to y'all.
the only options are yes or no, and that will cut out any whiffle waffle. So, Colby is yes.
I'll be yes.
I rolled for it.
What's your roll?
I just rolled a d6. If it was even, it was yes. If it was odd, it was no, and it was a 6.
Okay. So, yes. So, 3 yeses. The other 2?
Yes.
Okay,
I
there we
also
go.
rolled and it was a no, so.
So, you're the odd one out. All right, perfect. So, So, we will just start. Let's start with Thalrik. You have options. You can either issue a maintain order, or you can have the storehouse begin to procure items. You don't have a whole lot of money, but you could
I know.
ask other people,
Um,
or you can issue the order as well. So it's either maintain or have both of your things do something, right? So storehouse, it has nothing in there to trade at this particular moment, so you would have to procure first. And then there is the workshop, which you could ask them to craft something.
yes. And they can both be doing something, right? At the same time.
Yes, yeah. Unless you
Okay.
order maintain, in which case both of them, you can't have them do anything, and it's the maintain order which is precedent.
So Thalrik's broke, and it does take 500 gold pieces to stock the
No,
warehouse.
it's
so
just
I don't
up to. It's just up to, right? You can put any amount that you want in there, but the limit right now is 500.
Yeah, I'm like broke. So unless anybody wants to make a loan or an investment opportunity into Thalrik's storehouse, which would be fine. And if not, we'll just leave it till we get more gold later.
How much gold do you want?
Well, I would love 500, but how you have a storehouse too, though, so we'll just leave it. I'll have it maintained for now. We're all money's pretty tight for now. But I do want to have my. Can you come back to me? I picked up my 6 tools. I want the carpenters, the leather workers, tinkers, weavers, woodworkers, and glass blowers. But I haven't decided what I want.
Hang on. Which one? You want carpenters, glass blowers, leather worker, and what were the other 3?
Carpenters. Yep, glass tinkers, weavers, wood carvers. But I'm gonna pick something while you're talking to other people to have them craft.
We'll
If
go up
that's okay.
to. Yep, that's fine. Vel'Korin, what are you telling Jacques to have done?
Real quick, did we ever find out what the Ekaitz's sword does?
What his. He has a smithy and a barracks.
Yeah, but like what his sword does, was it just like a +1?
It's just a
and that was
+1
it,
longsword,
or-
as long as far as Margaret can tell. There's nothing else special about it, other than the inscription.
Well then I'm gonna try it anyways. I'm going to have Jacques do the identify spell, the arcane study charm.
Okay. So
And I'm gonna have it
that's
over
not
the
something that
sword,
he
just
will
in
do.
case
So
if
when
there's
you
anything
stay at the
extra.
Bastion for 7 days, you get that charm. So it's something that you
Okay,
do
well
with
then I'll do it.
best, which is
Jacques will just be feeding me and all that, because I'm focusing. So
perfect. So you spend that week focusing on your magical studies, setting up your area for your study, and you take a closer look at Ekaitz' sword. I imagine with permission, Ekaitz, that you have given this sword to him.
Yes, this
yes, I would ask
permission, yeah.
permission. I would explain it.
Okay, so other than the inscription, there's no magical property other than the +1/2. You can tell that it is magical, but it's not, doesn't have any particular properties to it. I will say that you can tell that this particular sword would have belonged to someone of a higher standing in whatever religious order they belong to. So it's not like think of it like almost like a crusader sword or something. Somebody like high up in whatever religious order there would have been. That if this person maybe protected someone else, they would have been almost in the same sort of position that Ekaitz was in, right? Like a higher level bodyguard or someone of renown.
I would let Ekaitz know of all of that.
Do you issue the stock order to the armory at this point? I will say that your
Yeah.
staying in your study does not preclude you. Like, it's not part of the orders, right? That's just something that happens. That's you're staying at the Bastion for 7 days. That just happens. It's not part of. You could still issue the maintain order if you want and try and see what happens, or you can order either your hirelings to craft something in your study, or you can order the stock order for the armory. If you do the one for the armory, it'll cost you 100 gold. But I think it's half because you've got a smithy, right? Yeah, so Ekaitz has a smithy, which is part of the Bastion. So it'll cost you 50 gold to stock your armory. And you can choose to either have your hirelings craft an arcane focus at no cost, or a book, which will cost you 10 gold.
We'll go ahead and do the stock for
Okay.
50 gold.
Okay. Okay. I'm just adding within your thing there. It's currently stocked, and then today's date, so that we know that you stocked it today. So, should something happen,
cool.
we'll find out. Do you issue a craft order for the arcane study?
Yes, I will. I'll have him craft an arcane focus, and I'll give him one of my daggers, and I'll have him craft the arcane focus into the dagger.
Okay. Do you have a preference? Because there's a couple of different arcane focuses, which is you can have them craft a crystal, an orb. Well, I guess it'll be one of those two, either a crystal or an orb, because the others are a rod, a staff, or a wand. So, do you want it to be a crystal or an orb?
We'll do a crystal.
That's fine. So they will spend the week.
More flamboyant.
They will spend the week affixing a crystal arcane focus to the butt end of your dagger. Okay, so that's what happens in your portion of the Bastion. Neressa, what would you like to do?
I want to craft an arcane focus as well. I want mine to be an orb.
Okay, perfect. So
And the storehouse, I'm just gonna, I think, leave it be for now.
okay, all right. And you will also have an arcane study charm, which you'll have spent 7 days at your Bastion. So you will be able to cast Identify once with that charm without using a spell slot or material components. And it just means that like you can't get another one until you've used up that one, but otherwise you can use it whenever. Doesn't matter. Perfect. Ekaitz, would you like to try and recruit to your barracks?
Yes, I wanted to ask how that works.
So every time you issue the recruit option, you roll 1d4 to see how many people are recruited. And you can hold, at this point, 12 Bastion defenders. In order to be able to get more, you'd have to enlarge the facility to Bast.
Okay. And do we need to pay for them?
Nope. Just issue the recruit. They basically sent out a flyer. We're looking for bitches to help us here. We'll pay your room and board.
Names, but yeah.
All right, so just roll
roll.
You just roll a d4.
Roll a d4.
Yeah.
1.
Nice.
Better than none.
And I also wanted to say that I will chip into the armory stocking up, so I will put 25. So Vale only pays 25.
Thank you.
Part of defending all of us.
What would you like to order your smithy to make something? So anything that you do make, it's half the cost of whatever it is. So you have to the material cost is half the value.
Mm-hmm.
So what would you like them to make?
Honestly, I was looking through the list. What is the most expensive they can make?
You're probably looking at heavy armor, something in there. So
well, I don't know if I have the money then to finance half of that.
So heavy armor plate is 1,500 gold, so it would be 750 gold. You could do splint. You could do splint, which is 200 gold, so it would be half at 100 gold. Chainmail 75 or ringmail is 30.
And then I'm gonna go cheapest of them all because I am the one that got cost 30. Was it ringmail?
Ringmail? Okay.
Didn't you just get plate armor?
You got half plate armor.
Half plate. Oh,
I got half. Yeah, this is just for selling later on. And I cannot wear heavy armor.
Smart.
And as far as I'm aware, no one went and sold their stuff.
Yeah, I sold all my stuff except for one of the masks because it's nobility, so I wanted to keep one of them.
But say
You haven't sold it yet. You just have it.
Yeah, but like that's what I'm gonna do.
So I will say, for those that have a storehouse, you could give it to them to sell if they're willing.
Yeah.
When they sell, they get a 10% markup when they sell it.
Mm-hmm.
So however you guys want to handle your storehouses, if you just want to be like, hey, I'll sell it for you and you can have the bulk and I'll keep the 10%, or just give me your item, I'll sell it, give them all the money, up to you. I will say this is for like standard items. Anything that's like magical, it might either take longer or you'll have to find a specific buyer for the item. But some of the stuff like the funerary mask, that kind of stuff, it's not magical or hard to sell.
Okay. Then I'll just give all the stuff I want to sell, and I can give a list to whoever needs it.
So I know that Neressa is crafting something, so her storehouse, she could sell any items that the group has. So think about that. I don't know if Colby, you want Thalrik to do anything outside of, like, do you want to try and maintain order, or do you want to have your facilities do something?
Is there a benefit to doing the maintain? Is that when you roll on the die? Is only to maintain?
Yeah. So there is, like, if you roll 1 to 50, basically everything's good. You don't get any benefit from it, right? It's in the 51 to 100 range where opportunity for good stuff or bad stuff happens.
Sure. If nobody else is taking maintain and nobody else wants to, I'll take maintain just to be risky.
All right, we'll start with Teresa. So, Vel, you can make arrangements with Neressa to have her sell any items that you wish at her store. She's willing.
Okay.
Therese.
How much would it cost me for the garden to grow food?
It doesn't cost anything to grow. It just you have it planted, and you just have to pick one. It only changes if you want to change the type of garden it is. But even then, it just takes a week to replant. So you just choose the whatever you told them to plant first and foremost. So you have either decorative, food, herb, or poison.
Then I'll order them to grow food.
Okay.
In my garden.
Okay. At the library, you doing anything there?
So at the library, is it me who's researching, or do I have a researcher?
You have hirelings that do the researching for you. And what happens is you give them a topic, either on a legend, a known event, a location, person of significance, type of creature, or famous object, and they will spend a week researching it the best they can, and they will come back to you with 3 pieces of accurate information.
Okay. So because we're doing some names, my head researcher will be Helena.
Okay.
And I will ask her to research the area where the Bastion was built.
Okay. And that's what she will do for that week. Thalrik, would you like to roll a D100?
Yes.
Find out what happens to the Bastion in your order to maintain.
Love to. How do I do a D100? Oh, D100. Okay, here we go. Rolling it. Hopefully it's an extraordinary opportunity. Oh my god, 97.
Oh my god, okay. Wonderful.
Wait, what is that? That's a good one. What is that one?
So, as everyone else has ordered their facilities to do this, that, and the other thing, Thalrik is approached by the local town leader. He asks for your help in some fashion or another, probably in cleaning up the rest of the town, getting, he sees your abilities with mold earth, and he asks you to help excavate some other areas of the city. I need you to, well, Ekaitz, your defender is on this. So because you only have one, it may kill him. We'll find out. Otherwise, I would say roll a 1d6 to see how many sort of attend, but you just have the one, so we'll go with that. Thalrik, can you roll a d20, please? We're gonna see if your aid is successful.
Yes. Just a D20?
Yep.
I can't myself go help on it. Just I'm rolling it, and I'm gonna ask her to roll it. Oh, fuck me. God damn it.
So he calls
He's dead.
his
Is this opposite day?
a landslide, and everyone dies.
So, hang on.
Our whole Bastion
So,
goes up in flames.
unfortunately, the one defender that does... Hang on.
You have inspiration.
Oh, wait.
You
Can
want to
I
roll?
use my heroic
You
inspiration?
can, yeah, if you want to.
I do. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah. Fuck that heroic inspiration. Okay. If I roll another one, let's roll another 10 for God's
Villainous
sake.
inspiration.
Yes, 18. Oh,
Oh, thank God.
Okay, beautiful. So the defender lives. Nothing is
Oh, thank God.
terrible. He doesn't die in an avalanche. It's fine. Now I need you to roll a d6 to determine the reward that is given to you for your assistance.
oh, this was totally worth it if I'm looking at that. Yeah, wow. Okay, here we go. D6. That was an awesome inspiration. I rolled a 6. Fuck yeah.
You are given
Who's not rich
600
anymore?
gold. You're given 600 gold.
Who's not broke anymore?
Hey,
Yeah,
nice.
Hey,
fuck yeah. Ah,
beautiful.
that's so cool.
600 gold. Nice.
Yeah, that's really
Wow.
good. All right, beautiful.
Super lucky because yeah, that could have gone many other
You
ways.
were
Thank
super
you,
lucky,
Kate,
yeah.
for your defender. Oh my god.
My only slave. I mean, defender.
So, I will say it is probably behoove you to give some of that money to Ekaitz for his defender because you wouldn't have the ability to do that without it. So, I will leave it up to the
So,
group to
my
decide
armory
how
who,
that works, but I'll just put that out there that you wouldn't have the ability to take that request for aid if you didn't have defenders.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'll give like 1/3 of it. I'll give you 200. Is that right?
Great. Thanks. Yeah.
Okay. I'll keep 400.
Beautiful. Okay. Cool. So, on that note, we will take a break. And Vel, you could tell me how much of your items you are giving to Neressa's store. And Neressa, you could tell me what the sell amount that you want from it is. If you've decided that between you guys. And we will take a break and we'll be back shortly as I come up with the information that I didn't have for the area that I now have to give Therese. We'll be back.
That library is going to be awesome.
Alrighty, we back. So, some resolutions. Neressa has agreed to sell some items for Vel and for Therese. She has made arrangements to keep the additional profit on said items. So Vel is selling 2 of his funerary masks and the reliquary, which means that he gets 300 gold, and Neressa gets 30 gold from that. And Therese has asked Neressa to sell the handful of gemstones that she collected, and those amount to 100 gold. So Therese gets 100 gold, and Neressa gets 10 gold from that. Therese,
Mhm.
you expect Helena to have come back with information that you had asked her to research. She doesn't come at the appointed time to deliver that information. You can look for her.
I will.
Okay. Can you roll an investigation for me, please?
16.
You find Helena and the other hirelings of your library sprawled out with some texts in front of them in the library, all dead. Blood has oozed from every orifice on their body. You could see that one of them had been scrawling some language that you cannot decipher on the pages of other books. But whatever they found, don't know. But they're all dead.
And I literally just made an image of her and sent it to you. My Helena.
I'm sorry, did your person just get murdered? Like, you literally had her for a day.
Yeah.
Like, literally 10 minutes.
Not even that.
God, that's awful. What? The fuck?
Andy, why would you do that?
Because she didn't want to write information.
There's
You didn't want to write lore,
there's
so
a
you killed your
reason.
librarian.
Hang on.
Like,
Now
wow.
I'm telling something specific to Therese. If you could roll a religion check for me, please.
Religion. That's 2. 17.
Uni will understand when he gets this message.
Poor Helena. For those of you in the group, in the chat is what Helena looked like.
Aww.
Now she looks like that, but blood coming out of everywhere.
And we should hold a funeral.
We should. Can bury her in my garden.
Well, first find out what got to her with uncontaminated ratio.
Whatever it is, it better stay the hell away from shock.
Whoops, I guess. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Icky. Icky.
I will say, there was always going to be a time there's information that your character will have that you can choose at that time not to share with the group. Do not feel bad. And others do you knowing that that person has been given information. Just understand that it's likely tied to their backstory in some fashion, and they cannot tell you for one reason or another.
I feel bad.
Because I've had that confirmation of knowledge, everything that they have written down, I will throw into the fire.
Do you alert the others?
After composing myself. So, wherever I find the group, I should be like, Helena and my researchers have gone away for a while, and I will need to look for replacements.
Oh, they're that bad, huh?
They were practically useless.
Can't find any good help
You really
nowadays. Vel'Korin will look over. Jock, give me a sandwich.
can't. Also, before leaving, I'll make sure to lock the library.
Jacques brings you whatever sandwich you have been asking him to make you every day for the last week. He knows your order well now. And he brings it
cut
out
off
on
the
a tray
crust.
that he does with a flourish. Because he knows you like it. Perfect. So,
Andy, I've sent you a DM.
so while you are there in your bastion that week overseeing things, you receive a letter with a wax seal on it, stamped with a sigil that only appears when you touch it, and it does shine with Zarvok's sign. This is the message inside, written in Elvish.
We all have like different notes, or is it just one note?
Just you.
Oh, okay. I will let the group know that we need to find a place that's beneath the ash guarded by echoes of Varix. And that we should be where the curator watches us.
What, can you repeat that? I'm a visual learner. My auditory is not so great.
Good. Give me 1 second. Let me get back into it. We need to find a place that is beneath ash, guarded by echoes of Varix. And we need to be wary of the curator who watches.
Okay.
Do you know who wrote you this letter?
It was Marguerite.
Wonder if the ash is okay. Could we do like a nature check, or is this like talking about a volcano, possibly like that glass fire hold?
Yeah.
Or
Do you want
glass?
to do a nature check? See if you
Yeah,
can
sure.
put that together.
Could I do like a history trick, trying to think if I know what she's talking about?
That was a 12.
So Thalrik, you can gather from the notes of Ash, and the name Byrix that it is talking about the volcano beneath Red Glass, which used to be called Mount Byrix until the city was built. It is the name of the volcano.
I will share that with everybody.
Okay. Bell, you don't have any information on the curator. It's not something that you've run across before.
Is curator another word for librarian or something? No.
Imagine there's a museum curator. They're usually someone that collects or manages a collection of some kind.
Okay, so where the curator?
As you guys are getting ready to leave, I would assume after a week or so. Okay.
And putting in on the notice board, new research is needed.
So I will say the following week when you decide to get that you'll have new researchers available.
Okay.
So we will have another Bastion turn come about because you will have stayed there for the week in order to see all your goods sell, that kind of thing, so that you have the money and stuff before you leave. I will say during that next week, so that will bring you guys to the date that you leave. Is going to be the 14th of the month. You'll stay there for the week, and you'll leave on that the 14th of Akil. Notes here. Belle, can you roll me a perception check?
I shall. 11.
11. Okay. So the night before,
Wait, can I give him guidance? Could Thalrik give him guidance? Or
No.
this is like a passive thing?
no, this is
Okay.
it's going to be like a just
Okay.
him thing. Well, unless you're sleeping in his bedroom. Are you sleeping in his bedroom? I doubt it.
Depends if he's like in the shape of a dragon or not.
Vel, are you the shape of a dragon? Okay.
I mean, I can grow wings anytime I want, but like I'm not just walking around with them. Kind of a
Okay.
hush hush situation.
So, Vel, in the night before your party is set to leave, you feel what is almost like a calling sensation. Something is pulling you outside of the Bastion into an area that is near the Bastion, but outside of the boundary.
Does it feel like familiar, or does it?
Yeah,
Like, what's
I would
the
say it
sense?
feels familiar. It doesn't feel dangerous. It's not something that has like that feeling of like it's just kind of like if somebody was like pulling on your arm, but it's more like it's pulling on your soul, so to speak.
Then he will get out of bed and follow wherever it's leading.
So as you move through the Bastion area out into what is still an area of the town that is quite decrepit. There's a lot of broken buildings and that kind of stuff. No one else is around. You hear almost your own voice, but it seems hollow and slow. And you see what looks like embers floating on the wind start to coalesce in a shape in front of you. And you hear the voice say, "You stood above the altar. You weighed their dreams. You promised salvation, vengeance, glory. And you collected. Why pretend to be their savior now?" And you hear what sounds almost as if the ashes hissing underneath your feet as it swirls together faster. And a figure, I'm going to put everybody there just so they can see it, emerges in front of you. Quite much larger than you, but its form is similar to yours. The semblance of robes that it wears are akin to the types of robes that you wore at the height of your power. Something that would have denoted your station in Zarvok's army. Stay still.
I think he's gonna back up a little bit, and once he realizes like that's what he used to wear and all that, I feel like he's gonna look at it like a look of desperation, like he wants it back. He wants that lifestyle back.
As soon as you take 1 foot back, this figure lunges forward, almost with a speed that you're not used to, and it comes directly with its much larger face directly in front of yours. You can feel the heat coming off of it as it prickles on your skin, and the eyes flash with fire. And it says, "You were his voice, his hand. You fed the engine with eager souls, and the walls burned, and they begged for silence. You let it fall. They chose damnation. They chose Zarvok. And when they screamed for deliverance in that final hour, you watched, silent, helpless, powerless. Tell me, how many cried your name as they were dragged to the pit? How many would sign again if given the chance?"
He's kind of shook for words. I'm sure many people would sign. I mean, Zarvok, he was everything.
They chose their fate. What do you choose?
Choose my own fate.
the Infernal Core is not loyal to you. It is loyal to power. And right now, you are not what you once were.
It'll be better. And he'll kind of like step forward to it. I mean, like he's offended by it's calling him weak.
Okay. As you step forward towards it, the ashes that make up its form almost like splinter apart, as if you're entering its space, makes it so that it cannot hold its form. And you can see almost from the broken aspects of its face a small glimmer of respect, and then it just disintegrates, and the rest of it fades away on the wind. And you're left again in silence. And I will say, you recognize the name of the Infernal Core as a item given to you by Zarvok as the focus that you used for your power in his service.
I think he's just gonna like look out into the distance and then put his chin up and then like kind of puff out his chest like he's more confident and then turn around and head back.
Okay, beautiful. So that's your night. Pretty intense for you. Do you go back to sleep when you return to the Bastion?
I'd assume it'd take him a while to go back to sleep. Eventually, yes, but it would be a long night.
Okay. How do you all plan on traveling? On foot?
Not if I can help it. By the way, I want to mention that I have animal friendship, and I would think that Thalrik would be looking for an appropriate animal to befriend to come along with us. Perhaps if we need, like,
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if that matters or not, but I guess I could buy us some horses if we need them too. Or something.
Okay. So I will ask, does anyone try speaking to anyone or finding out a way that they can get to Red Glass? Or do you just set out without that information? Like you'll know where it is. Like you can find the way to get there, but
I mean, do we trust Marguerite to know where we're going, or?
I don't know. Do you?
I mean, yeah, she gave us our powers, but how trustworthy would we be?
Therese knows her best.
I mean, Therese doesn't like her, but knows this. She is pretty trustworthy.
We could ask Marguerite if she has any transportation for us.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps the most persuasive of us should do that. Not I.
I guess I'll do it.
Therese to be quite persuasive in the last 10 years.
I mean, just look at this face. Like, who can tell me no?
I love the confidence.
Go for it then.
All right. He's gonna head over to where Marguerite usually is, which is home.
Mm-hmm. I love you say that like I don't want to say it, but I have to. Okay. So, all All right. You all. Well, I should say, do you take anyone with you, or do you just go by yourself?
I mean, if everybody wants to come, you're more than welcome.
The rest of you stay behind in the Bastion, or do you?
Thalrik will accompany. For sure.
I'll go too.
I'll
Just
go.
the Therese, you staying behind by yourself?
I got some loose ends to tie up.
Perfect. So,
Before we enter home, he's gonna turn around. Let's try to quietly go in there without anybody noticing.
you want to stealthily enter the tavern?
I want to try to stealth my way into the tavern.
Okay. Anybody else go in stealthily upon his request?
No.
Case is just like, oof.
I'm too big for that.
Fuck. I didn't roll good anyway.
All right, so I will say it is the early morning when you go in. So it's the same as it was the other day. No one screams out, "Oh, come home," because it's not the evening crowd. And you do see Marla at the bar area. There's not as many people that have been here the other day, only a handful. I will say that several of the townsfolk have set up residence in your bastion as hirelings. So that could explain why there's less people here, more people back in your bastion.
Awesome. I'll walk up to her and be like, "Oh, Marla.
Yes, sir. How can I?
We were wondering if we could perhaps procure some transportation to a very special place.
What kind of special place were you looking to go to? Sure,
A
fine heroes such
very
as yourself have many places they need to go to.
a very glassy volcano-y place. He tries to like kind of under comment it.
Are you saying he's trying to undercommon it, like he's trying to speak undercommon to say it?
Yeah. Well, no, not undercommon, but like under his breath.
Oh, like on the
just like,
DL, just like lots of
Yeah.
ways. Um, she kind of looks at you with like a strained smile of somebody who just, that look somebody gives with like they want to punch you in the face, right? But they're holding it back
He gets
because
that a lot.
that retail look of, yeah, of course, sir, yes. So if you are looking to travel to a particular place or another, I could suggest a few things that have come to my attention. There is someone looking for a band of adventurers such as yourselves to perhaps investigate a missing fellow of theirs, a druid named Crispin Dale, who said to have disappeared near the volcano region by a town known as Red Glass. There's also a caravan of traders that is returning to Red Glass. They sort of delivered a lot of that stone used to create your bastion. And they're heading back. Those are both options if you were looking to go in that direction.
Sure, we heroes, doing hero things. Would love to. Help
Which one, sir?
The raiders.
Marla's gonna give that smile look and kind of like look at the rest of you like, what is this guy doing? You want to go with the caravan then escort them.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. I shall put you in touch with their band. I do believe they are leaving later today, if that's not a problem for you.
He'll turn around and look at the group and kind of like basically see if that's okay.
I'm ready.
That's fine, but we
Yeah,
need to
yeah.
craft Therese.
You need what?
We need to grab Therese from the Bastion.
Grab
Yeah.
Therese. I mean, it's quite early.
Later today should
They
work.
usually leave like just before lunchtime, so you have a couple of hours. Sort of any last minute orders and such. Provisions, if you will. So, you guys will have the ability to give an order to your Bastion for the coming week. What would you like to tell them to do in this current week? I will say that the money sold, that happened. You successfully aided the town, Thalrik, with the help of that defender, and well, we all know what happened to Helena above table. There are 100 rations ready for you to pick up, Therese. So you have 100 rations.
Okay.
Your armory is stocked, so that sort of sits as it were. You do gain an arcane. Sorry, you would gain it, but you're not staying there for this next 7 days, so there's that. But they did successfully craft your focus onto that dagger. Neressa, you have your orb that they crafted for you. And yeah, well, what would you guys like them? What's the order you want to give them for this coming week?
For mine, just the same again. Craft food.
More rations?
Yeah.
I will say this
now
week
that
is going to be recruiting new researchers.
Okay.
So you can't ask them for any information yet, unfortunately.
That's fine.
I'll have mine doing the same thing as well.
Okay. So this week is when they are. You want them to procure stuff because you had them sell stuff last week in your storehouse.
I don't know what I would have them procure that
So
I'm needing.
that's it's a general term. So basically what it means is you give gold and they buy up any items up to that amount, and then the following week you can sell. So you can go up to 500 gold, and they will purchase items equaling that value that the following week you can sell.
Okay, I'll give them 100 gold to buy stuff with and then turn around and sell it the next week.
Okay. And you want your arcane study hirelings to craft another orb?
Yeah.
Okay. Next. Bell, what do you want your guys
I'll
to do?
maintain.
I'll do
maintain.
So we'll resolve that
Yes.
within game on the next Monday. Or which is the thing, but they will for this next week maintain. Thalrik, what order are you giving?
I'm
Your
gonna
Bastion?
ask if anybody wants to invest 100 gold for my storage because I have 400, so I could do 500 total. They don't have to if they don't want to, but I'll split the profits with them. They'll get an extra 5 gold pieces.
Sure, why not?
Okay, thanks, bud. So I'm gonna put 500 into my storehouse, and that's I'll owe 105 to Vel afterwards. And then for my arcane study, not arcane study, for my workshop, I'm gonna ask them to craft a whip. Which above table will go to the head overseer kobold. Keep the rest of them in line.
Beautiful. Ekaitz, what would you
That's
like?
1 gold extra. Correct.
Perfect.
I will recruit more people in the barracks.
I will also say
If they don't die,
sorry, Thalrik,
if they don't die,
because
they
you
stay
spent
there, right?
yes, so it stays. You still have 1. Thalrik, you do gain a heroic inspiration for spending a rest at your thing, so you can regain the one that you expended earlier.
Oh, sweet. Nice.
So roll a d4, Ekaitz, for your barracks.
Guess what? Another 1.
Okay, well you have 2. That's good. Find out what happens next week.
Already 100% better.
Yeah.
And do you have any orders for the smithy? So you did get a set of ring mail made, so you can add that to your inventory. You want to pick it up?
Yeah, I will pick it up and I will ask them to make another one.
That will be 15 gold for that one as well.
Mm-hmm.
You have to spend. Thalrik, a whip costs 2 gold. So 1 gold is what you have to pay to make it. Not terrible.
Not terrible. Totally worth it for the flavor.
Of course. All right, perfect.
Get in line.
So, is anybody buying a sending stone prior to vacating?
Do they sell them here?
I'll grab 2 sending stone. Or a
How much
pair.
are sending stones?
A pair of sending stones is 75 gold. They're hard to come by,
Yeah,
but
why
they
not?
are a decent price.
Who's selling them?
People in town. Not a hard sell.
Can I try to haggle?
Sure can. Gonna roll. Tell me
So,
how.
I mean,
Tell me how you're gonna try and persuade them, or intimidate them, or
well,
what have you.
no, I'm gonna try to persuade them because we're heroic. I'll just let them know, be like, look, we're heroes, and we're trying to help people, and these sending stones would be mighty helpful to use in order to help more people, like we did with you guys. That one time where we cleared out the goblins for you. So it'd be really nice to get it for cheaper.
Do us a solid and give us a discount.
Yeah.
All right, you want to roll persuasion? We'll see if this shop
Yes, I
kit
do.
is persuaded.
Oh, that was a nat 20, and then it switched to 8. But I got a +8, so 16.
All right, that's perfect. That is enough. You are successfully able to persuade. Oh, they're willing to take 10% off.
Okay.
That's
So like
7 gold, 5 silver.
68.
Something like that, yeah. It would be 67 gold and 5 silver.
Question, Andy.
Yes.
That poison that I found under the tree root, could I try to barter it for a sending stone? Because all my gold is tied up in trade negotiation.
Sure. Do you want to tell me how you're going to persuade a random shopkeep to trade you a very poisonous potion for setting stone?
I am going. Wait, is this going to rely on a persuasion roll? Because I do not have great persuasion.
It might.
Can it be like a logic roll? There's no such logic. Sure, he's gonna say.
You could ask a member of your party for assistance.
Quite right. Yes, yes. Pardon me, fellows. I find myself in need of one of your perhaps expertise. You see, sorry, I happen to have procured this poison underneath some ancient roots, and I'm in dire need of a sending stone to keep these wretched kobolds in line while we're away. Might I beg of any of your assistance? Even though I don't beg, I'm just asking strongly.
I'll buy the poison off you.
Okay.
How much?
Well, it seems that the going rate of these sending stones is 75, but if you could get it for cheaper, and I'd be happy to give you the poison just for the sending stone.
Looking at this poison, how much is there?
I would say it depends on what you plan on doing with it. So for what purpose are you asking the amount?
Probably to coat my daggers with.
I would say you could probably solidly get like 20 coats worth out of it. It's not a insubstantial, like it's not a vial, it's a bottle, right? So
Okay. Yeah. Sure, I'll go talk to the merchant.
Am I still in the shop?
Sure.
I'd be like, they're part of my hero party too, so I feel like they should get the same price as I did.
Intimidation.
I will say that you can give Therese the help action for her haggling of it, just kind of like a while she's
I'm giving like
saying,
the big doughy
like
eyes.
her she's gonna say her piece on why discount might be offered. In which case you could just be like, they're with me, that kind of thing. But Therese, tell me how you're going to haggle with the shopkeep.
Completely out of character of Tree, she's going to sort of like really up her sort of like simple yet elegant beauty and sort of like just move her hair slightly and be like, I mean, with us clearing out those goblins, hasn't your trade gone up? We opened up the river. You got so much more business. And it'd be really helpful because, unfortunately, I am not one that comes from money.
You gotta roll persuasion at advantage.
Happily.
Vel'Korin's gonna look at you like, who the fuck are you?
Persuasion plus 7. I have to do maths. What's 17 plus 7?
24.
There we go, 24.
He takes 30% off of yours. The shopkeep is just enamored of your beauty and winks at you as he tells you the price under his breath so that Vel'Korin doesn't hear it.
I roll a perception check to see if I hear it.
Sure, you can roll perception.
21.
Okay. I will say you can hear it. Yeah, you can hear it.
Okay. 1 second.
And I'll grab 2 pairs. 1 pair for me and a pair for him. So how much would that be?
So 2 at 30% off is 105 gold for 2 sets.
Okay.
Or I'm going. So thank you.
And I'll hand the pair over and take my poison. It's just a pot jug of poison.
The bottle.
Bottle.
Like a
I'm going
clay
to cast
clay
message.
bottle. Okay.
And I will say you better give me the same deal, or else your corpse will rot in Avernus forever. And I will turn off the charm look, and I will just start peering daggers through his eyes.
Nice.
And it's through message, so it's not out loud. It's just, you know.
Okay. Can you roll intimidation for me, please?
Yeah.
We're the heroes here. We're good people. Deal.
No one knows. It's a
Okay.
20.
I will
Pretty
say, Therese, as you're still standing in front of him as he's giving you over, you can see him jump a little bit as something happens, and you see like the color drain out of his face as he looks over your shoulder. And then he hurriedly grabs some money from his treasure. Sir, you forgot your change! And he holds out a shaking hand towards you.
Oh, once the gold hits his hand, his face will go back to charm mode. Be like, "Thank you. I didn't want to assume, but you know, but I assume you do have discretion." And then he'll wink at him.
Yeah. Discretion. And it's 15 gold.
He'll give him a little play slap. He'll give him a little play slap. Good boy.
Flip it. Thank you
After he
for
said that, Therese is going to grab him from the back of his tunic. I don't know what he's wearing. And just drag him out the shop.
He's got his gold back, so he don't give a damn.
I also want to buy the Ascendian Stones if this guy's is still in one piece.
Me
I
too.
mean,
I probably need one as well.
He's quite nervous by the time the two of you go in, and when you enter, hello, welcome. Yes. Look at us.
We're with those people that just went out. We also need sending stones.
Yeah, of course.
Didn't catch any of that.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, you cut out.
I said I closed my calculator and I had to open it back up again.
If it was 105 for 2,
Yeah, it's 52 gold and 5 silver.
Okay.
Great.
So the rules for sending stones is you get 2 of them. One you give to, I assume, whoever is in charge of your Bastion section, and you keep the other one. And you can send 25 words once per day, and they can send 25 words once per day back to you. I'm sure I keep wanting to write your name down instead of your characters. For some reason, my brain just goes, Hunter. So I think like she's gonna hunt down people and kill them, and then my brain goes, "That's not right. That's not the name you're looking for." Oh, okay. Perfect. So, you guys leave on the 14th of April.
Just to clarify, we went back and gave the sending stones to our respective people.
I would assume that.
Mhm.
That's what you
Okay,
did.
just making sure. Don't want that to come back later and be like, oh, you forgot to give it to them.
Is there anything else that you guys want to do or stock up on before you leave?
Can I
Any potions or
Yeah, you
can
can
I
get
check?
basically anything of the like the basic supply type stuff you can get. So, in the welcome to Aetherfell document that you have in the common knowledge, there's like armor, weapons, and items on lie. Anything on those is items that would be readily available that you could pick up.
Sorry, Hunter, I didn't mean to interrupt
That's
you.
okay. I was just gonna ask Ekaitz if I could look at that sword one more time.
Sure. And he hands it to you.
Okay. I'd like to do a religion check on it.
Okay.
Can I use my 13 divination and then plus 8, so 21?
Okay. So you spend some time, I'll say probably during the time when Bastions were happening, examining this sword, pouring through texts and other volumes of information that you have, your own memory from different things that you've read and gone through. None of the religions that you're currently aware of have anything really to do with blood, but you do recall that there is a cult of some kind that does hold blood worship to be quite prevalent within their faith, and it would be the Sacred. So it could be something belonging to their order, but you're not sure.
Okay. I would probably tell Ekaitz that since he's using the sword. Yeah, and just let him know that I think it has to do with the cult.
Great, thanks. I'm scared to use it.
Big bad Goliath dude is a Hell Knight, afraid to use a little bitty sword. Alright, so Mogri will eventually, when you guys are ready to leave, introduce you to Anton Basha, who is the leader of the caravan that you guys are escorting. He is human, fairly nondescript features, average looking fellow, not a man of many words. And he just asks that you keep an eye out for bandits, wolves, anything that might impede them on the journey. He is willing to feed you for the journey, but he doesn't have any extra accommodation. Like there's not room in like the tents or anything to share. So that's up to you guys if you wanna. When they do make camp, you'll have to have your own bed rolls or what have you, which above typically you have bed rolls.
Andy, can Thalrik wants to keep his eyes peeled to befriend a wolf or some sort of animal creature, okay? Just so you
Okay.
know. First opportunity.
So I will say the first week that the group travels, nothing untoward happens. The region that you're traveling through is quite arid, so you don't see wolves, but I will say at one point during the night, Thalrik, you probably hear coyotes at one point. They don't approach the camp because of the firelight, but you do take note and think perhaps one night soon along the journey you may break away from the camp, but that will be a decision that you'll have to make in that moment. There is a moment where one of the carts gets stuck on the road, and you all spend a good chunk of time getting the cart out of the road and then waiting for the wheel to be repaired. There's a slight delay in the journey, but otherwise, most of the people traveling in this entourage are quiet, talk amongst themselves. Nobody makes any undue chatter. Some of them do ask you questions about the goblin. It's like, how did you manage to fight all of them? Is it really scary?
Of course not. We're heroes.
And they look at you expectant, like they want more details.
They'll just, flip his hair and be like, "Another time."
Oh, okay. Kind of like a hush hush thing.
Yeah, sure.
A man of mystery. Yeah, that's
Thalrik,
pretty cool.
Thalrik will be sort of overhearing this, and he'll kind of shuffle up and with a real ominous look be like, "It's the stuff of nightmares." And he'll do that little primal savagery, flashy, scary thing. But not like full on, but just enough to like spook them.
Like,
Careful
oh,
what you ask for.
you know, you have like a group of
He's not a
women
very
that like
friendly
get
person.
excitedly tittering amongst themselves. So like that happens, like oh, it's like they think that you're doing it in like a non-menacing fashion just to like punctuate the story, and they have a
Rips his
small
staff.
giddy moment to themselves, and they think it's it's cute, it's gonna like it scared me for a second. I thought he was actually gonna
Part of
bite
my
me.
friend,
Ah.
he's very dramatic.
One of the older women in the party says, "Do you like a bit of drama?" Okay. So a week will have passed like this, so we can resolve some more fashion functions. It will take another week to get to Red Glass. So we will first resolve the maintain order for Bell. Look, he's like excited. So go ahead and roll a D100.
'89.
89. Okay. Ooh. Perfect. So, you are notified through the sending stone by Jacques that a group of refugees has sought shelter in your section of the Bastion. And what are the basic facilities that you have in your section of the Bastion? The basic ones. So did you choose like a bedroom and a kitchen,
Basic.
or what's the thing?
Yeah, just. Well, I mean, we need the kitchen because Jacques got to make sandwiches, and then of course the bedroom. So, yeah.
So I will say there's not enough room for them to camp inside your facility, so they set up kind of like an encampment just on the outside of the Bastion. And at the end of their stay, they do offer to pay for the hospitality and protection that was afforded to them by you're allowing them to stay near the Bastion. that kind of thing. Kind of like when you stay by firelight to protect yourself from wolves. So I just need to roll a d6.
Also, I'm gonna tell them, be like, it's fine if they, stay near the Bastion, but I swear to God, if one person steps foot inside my room, we're gonna have a new paint job in there.
Is that 25 words?
Ooh. Like roughly 18.
What's a d6 roll?
2.
2. Okay, so they offer you 200 gold as payment, which can be picked up the next time you're at the Bastion. So it stays there until you go back.
My notes.
Perfect. So, comes around to everyone else. All of the things that you have been requested to be made were sold. So, Thalrik, you are notified that of the 500 gold that you sold with items, you gained 10% on top of that. So 550 gold will be waiting for you to pick up.
Wait. Andy, didn't I was procuring, right? So we spent this week buying, and so then
That's right. Selling. Okay.
So we have goods now.
So.
And then I'll issue the command to sell the goods at a markup. Skrivich, however you pronounce his name. Keep the rest of them in line.
So that means on the 1st of next month, you'll have 550 gold waiting of Nylat. And then the whip is crafted. I assume that you give the order to give that to your person there. Do you order the workshop to do anything else for the week?
Well, I'm not there to give them any money to pay for anything big.
That's true.
So I don't think I can really.
That's true. Okay. Vel, what are you asking them to do for the following week?
We're gonna run it back. Maintain.
Okay, Neressa. The orb that you asked to be crafted was crafted, but you'll have to pick it up when you return. Do you issue any additional orders?
I already have one orb, so I don't need another one. I was just gonna have them make it to sell it.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I'll have them sell that one and just again make another orb this coming week.
Okay.
And then sell the stuff that they bought last week with the 100 I gave them.
I believe an orb is 20 gold. So you're selling 120 gold worth of stuff. So on the 1st, you can pick up 132 gold. What's there? Because it's the cost of the orb, the 100, and then 10% on top of that is 12 gold profit. Okay. Fine. And then they're crafting another orb. Okay. Ekaitz.
I want to ask Nerissa if she can sell my ring mail in her house.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yep,
So
I can.
2 ring mail, so that's another 60 gold.
Can I have the 10%
Sure.
increase from it? Thank you.
So you'll pick up 138 gold. And when you return to the Bastion, she will give you 60 gold to sell from the ring mail armors that you sold. Okay. Do you roll to recruit more defenders?
Yes.
Let's hope it's more than one.
You got this.
Fingers crossed.
3.
3?
We got 3. Wow.
Perfect. Now at 5.
Now, did you
And
roll a 3 or did you roll a 1?
No, I rolled a 3.
Okay, so the code,
5.
yeah, I saw you changed it.
What are you asking the smithy to craft?
Well, I cannot give them money, can I?
Not yet, no.
So I guess they cannot craft anything if I don't pay, right?
Could he use the money that he earned from the ring mill since it's already there?
So it won't be there. It's selling this week, right? This is the order that you're giving them to do this week.
Okay.
So it will be there at the end of the week, but not for this current week. Because he didn't leave any money behind.
Okay. So,
He
but
left.
once it's there, he can.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Therese, are you asking for the third week of rations?
Yes.
And you have been advised that researchers have shown up, led by a ginger-haired elf named Dina. Dina. Was taken up the head researcher mantle. She did express some concern with some dried blood they found in the library, and says not to worry, that they'll
Worry about it.
clean it up.
Wonderful. After she's finished cleaning that, can I have them research a topic but in a general sense rather than a specific sense? Then I'll ask them to research any local legends.
Just within Skorath, or around Red Glass, or around Rivermark?
Around Rivermark.
What's that smile for, Andy?
If they show fucking dead, don't worry, I've got 2 more already in the line.
I have to roll.
You got him lined up.
I have to roll.
You got him
It
lined
depends
up.
on the information they get, right? Above table, Uni knows why this is happening.
That's why I didn't. That's why I said just local legends.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Dana will research local legends around Rivermark and get back to you. Okay, perfect. So, let me make sure that I've got things I want to be.
Okay, hello, head gardener. Damn. Or should I say, "Rawr."
my goodness. Oh, I'm just seeing these other ones. Scrivetch, the Moss brand. Oh, very nice. That's cool. So, we'll see. Vina and Helena looked oddly similar in some senses. they just have those
No idea what you're talking
researcher vibes.
Look, I need specific kind of people. The other two are completely left field.
So, I will say that your journey does get to Red Glass. I will say probably that a week after, so we can finish up that last bit of dash and turns for it before we start into Red Glass. So, Val, do you want to roll for your maintain order?
I do.
Big money, big money, big money.
Big money, no whammies.
No whammy, no whammy.
62.
Ooh. I don't know about this one. Okay, so
Wow.
you are told of a troop wishing to hold a festival at your bastion. They want you to cover the costs of their setup, and in return, your bastion will gain a sudden influx of recognition or attention.
I don't know if I want attention. Like, there's already a lot of people coming in. They're closed for business.
Okay.
For the time being.
Okay.
Reconstruction.
All right. It would have cost you 500 gold, which I don't think you have over there. So you're unable to take them up on their request at this time.
I'm going to maintain again. Just so that you are aware. I'm a gambling man.
Listen, maintain can be good. It can also be terrible. We'll find out. Okay, so that means that at your bastions now, you have Neressa 138 gold to pick up, 60 gold for Ekaitz. There is 550 gold available to Thalrik, which I believe a portion of that is Bells, because he put in money for that. I can't remember what you arranged with him, what the breakdown of that is.
He gave 100, and then we were going to split the 10%, so he'll get 105 back. But Thalrik will ask him, "Friend, would you like to reinvest the gold you gave me last time? It seems to be a passive income for you." Hmm? Yes? To Val.
Nah,
Actually, yeah. How
you're
much?
not gonna be able to pick it up because it took 2 weeks to get here. It'll take you 2 weeks to get
Yeah.
back.
I mean, you've made 5 gold. If you do it again, you'll make another 5 gold. So
Listen. I don't think I could. I mean, I could put whatever came back into it. But that's about it.
That's what he's saying. He's saying, do you want to take the 105 gold and reinvest it over in the next week?
Yes, but I'll keep the 5 gold out of it. So just another 100.
sure. Okay, that works
Just to make
perfect. So just I guess mark that you have an extra 5 gold waiting for you in your bastion, and I will give the the procure, because we just sold, so I'll give the procure order. So again, it's going to be the same split, 400 100, and I keep an extra 45 gold on the side So I'm also going to. So now we're going into week 3. We're going. And I'm gonna. Can you come back to me with what I want to ask them to make? I have to decide what I want them to
Yeah,
make.
that's fine. Okay. Therese, are you doing more rations?
Well, I've already got 200 there. How much are 200 rations worth?
They're 5 silver a piece. So 2 rations is 1 gold. So it's 50 gold for 100 rations.
Okay, so 100 gold worth of rations. I'll ask Neressa if she minds me putting the 200 rations and she keeps the 10%.
Deal.
Wonderful. I will have the garden. Yeah, let's go for another 100 rations.
Okay. You'll have to pick up any research information when you get back.
That's fine. Can I have them maintain?
No.
Nope.
You have to have so it basically nullifies
Has to be
your
all of them.
Yeah. So if you
Okay.
want to hold off on rations, you can try and maintain order for the week.
Nope.
You sure? You could potentially make more than 50 gold. Well, one bitch got 600 gold in his thing. I don't know.
Fuck it, fine. No rations this week. Watch us get fucking attacked.
But he's living for the chaos.
The buff table. I've known you for like 7 years. It's so easy to manipulate him.
See, bullied.
It didn't sound nefarious at all.
No.
So,
Bullied into maintaining.
all I have to tell him is that he could potentially earn a lot more. Look at what these guys got. Okay, sorry. So, Therese is maintaining. Ekaitz, are you rolling for more defenders? Are you maintaining? What are your plans for your Bastion section?
I will roll for more defenders. I think we don't have enough.
Okay. You still don't have any
More.
money there, so you won't be able to. Oh, actually, yeah, dude. Didn't you have some money? Yes, to sell the
I have
ring
60
mail.
gold there.
Yeah. Yep.
60 gold. How many defenders
So
can you have?
In the current size of the barracks, he can have up to 12.
Oh, sweet.
still lots of space to fill.
And what do you want to sorry, what did you roll for the D4? Out of my mind today.
Achoo, sorry, achoo.
That's fine. Achoo. Gesundheit.
Dankeschön.
What do you want to craft?
I guess another ring mail, bitte.
You don't want to try one of the other ones?
Nah, there's only 60 gold in there.
So it's half, right? So chainmail is 75, and half is 37.5. So you could
Okay,
craft
chainmail is
a
already.
chainmail.
Okay. Then, yeah, chainmail then, thanks. I thought it was more expensive. Why?
Well, it is
Okay.
to buy it, but the cost to make it is half the value, right? So
Yeah.
37 gold, 5 silver from your 60. Of 22.5 gold left. doing with yours. Perfect. Okay.
Good thing we're all power hungry when we want to go get more power instead.
Are you having the
'Cause if
library
not, I
research?
could just say let's just stay at the
Oh, right,
Bastion.
you're maintaining. I don't know about it. But no, you're selling rations for Therese. What else are you doing, Neressa?
I'll reinvest my 138. Have them go buy stuff with my
You
138
can only
gold.
sell or procure in a single Bastion turn. You can't have them.
Oh, okay, I see. I'll have them sell the orb that I made last week.
Okay.
And have them make another orb this week.
Perfect. So, that will bring things up into the following week after that. So, all of that stuff will be ready on the.
Hey Andy, can I do a sending stone message to Jacques real quick?
Yep.
I'd like him to procure a bard for me.
A bard?
Yes.
In what sense?
Just a bard to work for me.
Okay, so just
Like,
one of your
not
hirelings. You want them to be like a moonlighting as a bard kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. I will say he can successfully find you a bard within that week. Act as one of your hirelings.
Awesome.
Colby had a question.
Oh yeah. Well, wait. Two things. Are we talking about sidekicks, like a bard, like a sidekick bard, or just like one of your guys is like?
No,
it's just one of the
just
hirelings.
like a regular bard who like sings and does poetry and stuff like that, not like an actual bard class.
Okay. Because I was about to be like, can I get a winged kobold, please? I'd like to order one. Okay.
Is this the catalog we're ordering from? Yeah.
Yep.
No, so the item I'd like to craft would be a hunting trap with the understanding if I make hunting traps, can I trap my lair? And if we're defended, could they like... Well, I just think you would have traps anyway. I'm going to make a hunting trap. It's fine. We'll figure out if I can use it later or not. Whatever.
Worst case scenario, if you can't, you could just sell it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's 5 gold pieces regular price and then 0.5.
Yeah. So if it's only 5 gold for a hunting trap, then yeah, it would be 2 gold, 5 silver.
Yep. And this we're procuring this week. This is procuring.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Okay.
Okay, perfect. So, as the party continues traveling, I will say that at one point, Thalrik, they do make camp, and you have the opportunity to go and look for a coyote if you would like.
Not a wolf.
Not in this region.
Just a penny coyote. Are coyotes like... Okay, so question. So with animal friendships, like if I cast that and then I'm friendly to the animal or something, would it be something I could recast every day and it would just be like friendly to us, and I could also do like speak with animal, or like how would that work really?
You would have to, because it lasts 24 hours, right? You would have to cast it every day for it to sort of continue to follow along.
And would it be unfriendly to me after it goes away, or if I'm like also feeding it and stuff, would it potentially become like, whatever?
You'll have to wait and find out when the spell drops.
There aren't any bears or anything? Is a coyote okay? Fine. You're giving me a coyote. I'll take it. Yes, I'm gonna go try and find the coyote. I mean, assuming it fails its wisdom check, which I could be murdered. So by a coyote.
So it fails its save, so it is under your influence.
Cool. All right. What? So it's just friendly to me, so just gonna follow alongside us. That's fine. Thalrik will probably
Did you,
walk
did you give it
beside
a
it in
name?
the woods and not avoid the. I mean, I don't think he's gonna give it a name. I think he's gonna but he will sort of walk beside it outside of the caravan to the side of the caravan. He doesn't like people.
I will say that the coyote probably picks up on your distaste for others and positions itself between you and them. And if anyone gets a little bit too close, it snarls at them and
Oh, I love that.
keeps them away.
Great.
And they just kind of look at you like, okay.
Especially those annoying peasants who keep asking all those questions.
So you now have
That's
a
not dramatic.
coyote.
That's fucking truth.
I will say, you will have to remember every day that you wake up now, after a long rest, to cast it. If you don't, I'm going to roll, and I'm not going to remind you, so don't forget. Because if I remember that you haven't rolled, I'm going to roll to see what happens with that coyote.
Okay. I mean, it would be sad to have to kill it, but also, it is what it is. Understood. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. So, I will say, when you guys arrive at Red Glass, it is just the beginning of evening, and as you are approaching the area where the town is, you can sort of feel like a hum of excitement from the other people in the caravan, and they sort of start pointing towards the direction that you guys are traveling in, and you can see a small, almost like a red glow, kind of appear around the edge of a it's not like a mountain, but like a rocky crevice, mountainous section of landscape. And at first, you might think it is part of like the setting sun, but you can tell that as the sun dips below the horizon, that red glow is still there. And you can see that the ground, as you get closer, any semblance of grass, tree, plant life of any kind just slowly dwindles out into dark, rough earth. And you can feel the temperature rise steadily the closer and closer you get to Red Glass. And when you finally turn around the bend, you see this. City of Red Glass.
Sweet.
We will end the session there. You're still next week. Next week. The next session will be on the 3rd of May. Oh, I know Ethan's excited. He's like, why? More.
May I just ask the date of our arrival?
So you guys arrived the evening of the 8th. We'll also say that there is one star in the sky which is particularly bright, which Neressa would know within her divination knowledge is an evening star, which is just a natural phenomenon of extra phosphorescent dust, whatever, in the sky. That's basically like when the North Star just kind of shines a little bit brighter. Same basic principle.
Which month?
Not Nylat.
Thank you.
Sorry, I lied.
Wow.
That was
Manipulative.
because you went 2 weeks after, left on the 14th, 2 weeks. I had it open for the other thing, so gonna be the 21st. Sorry, because it's. I went on to Nod to find out the date that your kid's gonna be ready.
So
21st.
21st of Nylat.
21st was last week, so you finished that one. It's the 1st, so the evening of the 1st. Because the next stuff that's gonna be ready is on the 8th, so it's the 1st, the evening of the 1st. Of Nylat.
And is this still the star?
No, that's next week.
Okay. See? So manipulative.
I know,
When-
terrible. Dates.
I did. We were going to go on a little longer. I was a little like, oh, but you know, I hear we're here. We did a lot today. Thank you, Andy.
There's gonna be a lot to do next session.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Good stuff. I rolled low, so you didn't have any encounters on the road. So there's that. Otherwise,
Yeah, eerily quiet.
it was abnormally quiet, especially for that kind of thing. But yeah. So Villains Campaign, the next one is on the 3rd of May. We do have my other campaigns, Blessed by Frigg, on the 25th. And then on the 27th and the 4th is Solemn next campaign. They're on my calendar on Twitch, so if you guys want to check those out, more than welcome. Uni here is Agatha in the Frigg campaign. Lots of fun in that one. I am forced to play her raccoon child, Derek, for that campaign. But yes, good times. Hope everybody had fun. And we will see everybody in